Hello friends, welcome to my channel here at Akis. In this video, let me share one real-time mini project access management system. It's developed by using Angular 17 standalone template and .NET Core Web API, and that covers below topics. The first one is user registration with OTP validation, and the second one is login and JWT token handling, and the third one is dynamic menu creation by role-based access. And the fourth one is password handling that includes reset password and forget password done through the OTP validation. And the fifth one is implementing role-based authentication. And the final one is admin screen that includes the user handling and assigning role-based permission. So in this user handling point of view, admin can change the user role and also activating and deactivating the user. Okay. So next we can see what are the items we have used for the technology perspective. So the first one is API. We are using .NET Core Web API. For this API creation also I have done the separate video. I have included video link in this description and also the source code and the database script. All the links are I have included in this video description. Okay. And then Angular point of view, as I mentioned, we are using Angular 17 standalone template. And then for showing the alert and notification, I'm using NGX Toaster. State management point of view, we can use the Angular signals. Finally, for the designing point of view, we used Angular Material UI. Okay. So before going to the implementation, let me provide one demo. So that will give some clear-cut idea what we are going to implement in this video. Okay, this is my application. Currently, we logged in using an admin user. So let me log out first. So since I'm a new user, I don't have any credentials. So using this register option, let me register. So the username NT user, password point of view, I'm just providing test. So let me submit now. We got the failure messages. Registration failed due to this a duplicate username. Okay, that means the username already exists. So we can provide NT user one. See, so the first level of registration is done. Validate the OTP and complete the registration. Okay, so basically we will get the OTP in our mail. So in case if I'm entering something wrong value, it won't accept invalid OTP. So once I'm enter the valid OTP, see, registration completed successfully. So now we can log in here. So if I'm providing invalid credentials, it's saying unauthorized. Okay. So now I am the new user. I am able to log in. See here the two menus are loaded. One is the reports and another one is the customer. So if I'm going to the customer, I can see some grid. Okay. So next I'm trying to change this password by using this reset password option. So the first input is our username, NT user1, and then old password test. New password I am providing test1. Okay. So in case if I'm providing some old password as wrong one, it's saying failed to validate the old password. Okay. So now it is saying password changed successfully. Please log in using the new credentials. So next we can do this forget password option. From the login screen itself, we have this forget password link. Once I'm clicked, we have to enter the username into user1. So once I'm click this submit. For this scenario, I will get the OTP text in my registered email. Again, we have to provide the username and the new password. So let me provide a test2 and also this OTP text. So if I'm providing invalid OTP text, it won't agree. Invalid OTP, okay. Once we provided the correct one, it's saying password changed. Please log on using the new credentials. Now the password is test2. See, Again we have logged in. Okay, so this reports and the customers are loaded dynamically. I will show you. So before that, let me show you the admin screen. So let me log in using the admin credential. For the admin point of view, we can see the two new menus. One is the user and another one is the user role. So if I'm going to the user section, we can see all the user information. Okay, what's their email, phone number, and current role, and the status also. So we have created this NT user one. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, let me try to change their status. So currently it's in the active mode. So if I'm just removed and saved, then the user got deactivated. Okay, it's in the inactive mode. So now if I'm trying to log in using the same credential, NT user 1 and test 2, see failed to log in. It won't allow. Okay, now see. So I'm trying to activate once again. So hopefully the user can log in now. And the next thing is role. So the current role is user. Okay, by clicking this button, admin can change the role also. So let me add as the staff. Okay, it's done. So next we can see how to assign the menu permission based on the role. So this is the screen. In this initial drop down, we have loaded all the roles. So these data also coming from the database only. So if I choose the admin, so in this bottom we can see all the available menus. Okay. So again, this menu also coming from the database in the dynamic manner. If you want to include any of the new menu, we can include in the table itself. Okay. See, for this admin role, they have the complete access. If you are taking this customer, they have the full access, like they can view, add, edit, and delete. So if I'm choosing this staff, so in this staff also, they have the full access. Okay. For these users, have just a minimal access. They have just a view access only. Okay. So currently, our newly created user having this staff role only. So let me log in once again using our new credential, test2. So if I'm going to the customer screen, I have this add option. By clicking this add, we can create the new customer, and the same way I can do this edit and also this delete. It's just asking for the confirmation. At the same time, for the staff, I'm just removing this add and this delete access. Okay. So again, we can log in once again, test2. So see, the add option is removed and we have this edit. Yeah, edit is working fine. At the same time, if I'm clicking this delete also, it's saying unauthorized user don't have an access for doing this delete operation. So this is the way we have implemented this role-based authentication, not only for just menu, we have done for the individual functionalities also. Okay. Okay, we have completed the demo. The next we can focus on the implementation. First, let me create one brand new Angular application. So let me provide the name is Authentication app. We can use this CSS and CSS are not needed now. Once it is completed, we can install the required packages. So the first one is Material UI. So as I mentioned, the designing point of view, we are going to use the Material UI components only. So this is the command we have to install it. Okay, the application is created. Let me open in the VS Code. Okay, we have opened the application. And the next thing is we can install this Material UI. Already I have copied the command. So we open this new terminal. We can execute this command. So whatever commands I am using in this video, I will include everything in our video description. Okay. Okay, it's saying the available version is 17.3.2. It's the latest one also.
We can install that. Okay, it is asking to choose the theme. We can choose the default one, indigo pink. And then this typography styles, yes. Enable animations. Okay. So let me execute this NGX Toaster also. So the installation gets done. Let me run this application. So after that, we can include the required files. Okay, application in this running mode. Localhost 4200. Okay, this is the default template only. So next, let me create some components. Ng generate and component. So the first one is home, and the second one is register, and the third one is login, and the fourth one is confirm OTP, and then app menu. So initially we can have these components only. After that, based on the requirement, we can include the additional components. Okay. So the same way we can create the services. So let me provide the name is user. Okay, the service also got generated. Okay, the service also generated. So we can see. So in this app folder, we can see the components and also the services. Okay. So next we can do some initial setup. First, let me start for this material UI. We can create one common model. Okay. So let me provide the name is material model. NG model from this Angular core. And in this export section, so here we can include all the required models. Okay. And the next thing is in our app config. So the router is included, providing animation also included, and then we can include this provide HTTP client, and then the toaster point of view, provide a toaster. Okay, and additionally we can include one property. We need a close button. Okay, so if you need more details regarding this toaster or material UI, I have done the separate video. So that link also you can see in this description. So the next thing is we need an environment. So let me install the environments also. Ng generate environments. Okay. Okay, now it's fine. It's generated the environment files also. We can see in this folder. Here we can provide the API base URL. So our API also in this running mode. So let me take the base URL. I'm added it here. So the same thing we can include in this development area also. So if needed, you can change the values for the different environments. So next we can move on the routing side. So here we can register our components. So the first one is home component. So this is the default one. Once we register, we can directly log in into the home page and then register. Next to login, then confirm OTP. Okay, we have done. And in our app component side, except this router outlet, we can remove everything. See, home works, it's coming from the home component. For this register also, it's coming as the home. Let me verify. Yes, the mapping is not correct. So now it's fine. So first we can start the functionality from this registration. So what I'm going to do, let me initiate the form. So in this TS side, first we have to import this reactive form model. Okay, since it is the standalone template, and then we can have this constructor. Here let me inject the form builder, and also we need to create the model file. So we can have one common folder for the models. So the first one is for user registration. I would say user model. So the fields we can get it from the API itself. So this is our API for the user registration. So it's having 5 fields. So we can include all the items in our interface side, string, then name, email, phone number, and password. And password. Okay, the model is fine. So next, defining the form. So the first field is username. So the data type is string, and we can include this validators required. And also we need to set the minimum length is 5. So let me include two validation by using this validators.compose option. And then password. And then confirm password. The name, email, and a phone number. Okay, so this is fine. So the next thing is we have to focus on the designing area. So since we are going to use a number of material UI components, so in this common material UI model, we have to import all the required models. So again, this also a kind of one-time change. So let me include all the models one by one. So the first one is mat card. Okay. So the same way, I am importing all the models one by one. Here is the only trick is it's all about the component names, and the model always start from this mat and then the component name end within this model. Okay, this is the format for all the models. So this mat checkbox model. So this mat pagination and shorting part of the table, and then this dialog component used for showing the pop-up, and the final three are used for displaying our menu. Gallery included. This math menu only showing error. Let me verify. The comma is missing. That's fine. So next I'm going to import this material model, the required areas. So since we started from this register, let me import this one, material model. Okay. So next we can move on the HTML side. So here we can remove the existing content and then adding this form. Here I'm using this form group. So let me copy this form name and then we can do the event binding. Okay. And in this form we can include the mat card, that is for the better design. And in this card we can have the content, also the header, and also mat card actions. So in this header we can include one h1 tag, user registration, and in this content side we can include all the form fields. And mat, so first name is username, and we can have one input control. For making this input element into a material UV element, we can include this mat input directive. And the final one is form control name. So, okay. And this field is created for this username. So let me include it. So the same way we can include the other fields also. Password and then confirm password. Next one is email and then phone number. Okay, in between we have missed one more field, that is the name. Okay. We can move this into after this username. Okay. Okay, the design is not fine, so let me include some static classes in this application style.css. So already we have some default styles, so after that we can include some static styles. So the first one is mat card. For this mat card, you know, so the box size is reduced. So next we can apply for these controls. Width is 98% and the margin is, we can give 1%. So now this is fine. So username, name, password, confirm password, email, and phone number. We can do some more alignment. So let me include one more class, and the margin is 1%. Okay. So this class we can apply for this password. See now? Okay, now it is aligned fine. And the next thing is we can include the buttons. So in this mat actions, I'm going to have two buttons. Type submit, and the name we can provide register. Okay. and it is the mat raised button, and the color is primary. Okay, and we can move this button into one of the div, and in this div we can include one more class, div 50. So let me define this class also. Now this is fine. For making this button into a full row, again in this style section, we can include this MATMDC raised button. Okay, so these are the default classes from Material UI. Actually, we are modifying this class. Now it is fine, and we can have one cancel button also. Just copied this one, and instead of the button, let me mark this into anchor tag. I would say back to login. We can just navigate using this router link. And here the very important thing is this router outlet is not the known property of this component, so we have to import this one, router link. So let me save this one. This color we can provide accent. Okay, now this is fine. See, the validation also working. If I'm click to this back to login, it is redirected into our normal login page. Okay, and the next thing is we have to get the values from this form, then we have to pass to the services. Okay, so what I'm going to do in this TS side, so already I'm defined this proceed register function. So here we can write our logics. First of all, checking this registration form is valid or not, and then we can create one object here, and the data type is user registration, I believe. Maybe let me check. Yeah, it is the user register. First we added all the default values. The next thing is we can get the exact values from our form and then assign one by one. So the same way we can do for the other fields. And the next one is name, and then phone, and the fourth one is email, and the final one is password. So here we have this confirm password, that is for the application level validation only. Okay, so now let me save this one. And the next thing is we are going to use the services. So already I have created one service, the name is user services. Here let me inject the HTTP client, and the function we can write the base URL is, we can get it from the environment file APUR. Okay, and this is the post method. First thing is we need to pass the URL. Okay, and we need to pass the data, and the data type is user register. Okay, now this is fine. From this base URL, okay, up to this API only,
but the exact URL for this registration we have to include this user/user registration. So maybe we can just try by using this dummy values. So basically we will get our response also like this. So we can copy these things. So now the service side is completed. And again let me move back to our component side. So since we have this valid data, first I'm injecting the service here. And then declaring one response variable. So whatever response is coming, we can assign this into item. Okay. And here we can check like here we can expect two scenarios. One is success and another one is the failure. So in this failure scenario, we have to show the error message. For showing this alert, as I mentioned, we are going to use the toaster only. So let me inject the toaster also. It is the error. First one is failed, and due to the reason we will get us the response. And the title we can say registration failed. Okay. And in this success scenario, we can show this notification. So the text message, we can say validate and complete the registration. Okay. And at the same time, we have to navigate this into confirm OTP screen. For doing this navigation, the router is needed. So let me inject the router also. So the URL we can get it from our routing side. Okay, this is fine. And also we can put this response into the console. So we can try now. So let me provide some values. So let me include the type also password. Okay, now it's fine. So let me save this one. Okay, see the response. We got a result is pass. So the initial level of registration is completed, and then we got this message 1003. This is nothing but our generated user ID. Okay, it's needed for the future transaction. So let me keep this in the notepad. Okay. And the next thing is we have to enter the OTP text so that we received in our mail, and also we can check in our database side. See, for the test user, the OTP text is something like this. Okay. So let me implement this confirm OTP screen. And one more thing I noticed, the pop-up also it's not showing very clearly. It's shown, but it's closed. But the designing is not good. So the reason is we have to import one CSS that I missed. Let me include that also. So in our angular.json side, so in this style section, we have this style.css and also this material UI CSS. And additionally, we have to include one more CSS. So the path we can get it from the node site itself, NGX Toaster. Okay, we can copy this one. Okay, just included. So since we are doing some changes from this angular.json, we have to rerun the application. So parallelly, we can start the designing in our OTP screen. So in this confirm OTP component, we can remove the existing content. So as usual, I am adding this smart card. So in this smart card content point of view, we have a only input field that is for getting the OTP text. And in this control, I am not going to use this reactive forms. So I'm just removing, and this type also not needed. Okay. So instead of that, I am going to use the two-way binding. So let me import this form model, and also using this material UI control. So we need to import this material model also. Okay. And I'm using one variable OTP text. Okay. So this is the string, and the default value also empty. And then we can include the constructor, and this we can inject some of the common items. Okay. And then router, and finally services. Okay, this is fine. And in this bottom we can have the button also. So the designing point of view, we can use the same items. Okay. So instead of typing every time, we are just reusing the things. And here this class is not needed. So cancel. Once it is cancelled, again it will go to the register page only. And in this button, we can say confirm, because we are confirming the OTP. And let me bind one event. It's a click event. Okay, this is the function name. So let me define it here. So the next thing is we have to work with an services. So in the service point of view, we're supposed to use this confirm registration option. It's expecting three parameters. Okay, user ID, username, and OTP text. So let me create one model class. So we can copy these all the items. So we can use the existing file also. For the real-time scenarios, we can have a separate files. So since we are using the same logics, I'm just reusing the existing files. Okay. So the three fields. So the first one is user ID, and the data type is numeric. And then username. So this user ID, basically we will get us the response once we did the initial level of registration. Okay, this is the value. And then username, that we already provided the part of registration. The OTP text we will receive from the mail, and also we can get it from this table for the development time. So now the model class is fine. So next we can work with services. confirm registration. Here the data type is register confirm, and the URL need to change. So we can provide these values. Okay. Anyway, the record is created. So, and we have this OTP also. Okay. Once it is done, we will get a response like this. So let me take this URL also. Now this is fine. And let me go back to our component side. So from this component point of view, we are able to get this OTP text. Okay. That also let me confirm. So since we applied this to a binding, obviously we can get this value. Okay. So we are able to get this value. And the next thing is this user ID and also the username. So it will be available in our registration component. Okay. That we need to pass to this OTP confirmation component. So in that scenario, I'm going to use the state management concept signals. So let me go back to our register component. And in this area only, we have to include the change. So before that, let me initiate one signal variable in our service side. Okay, in this user services, I'm just assigning one signal variable. So register response using this signal variable. And I am setting this data type also, register confirmation. Then we have to include some static values. Okay. Next in our component side, here I am going to declare one object. Okay. Register confirm. So here we will get this user ID from this. So first we can add this user ID value from this response. The object name is message. And the next thing is username, that we can get it from this top of the object. Okay. I changed this object name. From here we will get this username. The OTP text we can keep it as the empty from now. So this is our actual signal object using this set variable. Okay. Now this is completed. And the next thing is in our confirm OTP component side. So in this component, first let me implement this NG on in hook. And then declaring one variable. And then we can access the value from our signals here. Whatever data we had in our registration component, that also now available. So additionally we can include this OTP text also. The OTP text is nothing but our value. Okay. So now our object is ready, and the next thing is we can call the services confirm registration, and then passing this registration response. I'm just declaring one more variable. So whatever response is coming, we can add it here. From this object, we will get a response like this, result and messages. So here we can just check like this result. If it is pass only, the process is completed. Otherwise, we can show the failure message. And any exception also we will get from these messages. Okay. So let me copy this one. If it is pass, then it is the success scenario. We have to show the success messages. The text is registration completed. And the header point of view, just a success. That's enough. Okay. And also we need to clear this signals value. So again, we can use the same. Okay. By using this set option, I'm just resetting. Otherwise, the old data will be available for every time. Okay. Once this is completed, we can just navigate this into our login page. Login. So in between, if there is any error, we can just show that error. So let me copy the same. This is the error. Registration failed. We can say failed due to message. Okay. So let me save this one. There is no error. We can do one round of testing. Why this cancel is not working? Okay. The router link also need to be imported. Now we can do one more round of registration with a complete OTP verification. That is test user 1. So once I'm clicked this register, okay. Okay, it's saying validate OTP and complete the registration. So the color actually I need to change. So anyway, we can complete this OTP functionality. So if I'm checking in this table, I got this OTP. Okay. See, the registration is completed successfully. Okay, the credential we used is test user 1 and the password is test. So this is the one we are going to use in this login page also. So before that, in this registration page, the alert came in the red color, right? So for that, let me verify. Okay, it should be success. Okay. Anyway, the functionality is working fine. Okay, next we can work on the login page. Again, here also, I'm going to use the reactive forms. So let me import this reactive form model. And then the controls, we can use this material UI controls. So importing this material model and doing this navigation, we should import the router link. Okay, that also done. Next, adding the constructor, and again in this constructor, we have to inject some default items like a router, toaster, and also the services. So the first one is form, the form builder, and the second one is user service. We are just importing, that's it. Okay, so now we are good to go.
And the second thing is we have to initiate the form. So it contains two controls. One is the username, and we can just include this required validators only. Okay. So the same way, let me use this password also. Okay. Now this is fine. And then writing on function, proceed login. And then designing point of view. So whatever design available in this register screen, we can copy everything and just adding in our login screen. Okay. So after that, from this form, so instead of the register form, we can use this login form there. And then this function, proceed login. So the function is added, and then the title is user login. And the control point of view, we can have this username and then the password. Okay. So in this password, I'm just removing this class. So other fields, it's not needed. So we can remove everything. And in this button, instead of register, we can say login. And the next link is sign up. Okay. You can change this link into a register. So let me save this one. See the screen now. So if I'm clicking this sign up, it will go to this register page. Okay, the designing point of view, it's fine. So the next thing is we have to call the API. So the API is this generate token. So it's expecting username password as the input. So if I'm giving test user 1 and credential is the test, it's generating one token and also it's returning this role. So let me take the same URL. We can start our changes from this service side. Proceed login. Okay. And the input data is it's expecting two parameters in this object format, username and password. So let me define one class, not a class, just interface. Okay. Next in the service side, I'm changing this model. Other things are fine only. And this response, we will get three items. Okay. So I'm defining one more interface. So we can add this into our service side also. Login response. So next in our component side, first I'm checking whether it's having this valid records. Okay. If it is valid only, we are proceeding.
and then I'm creating one object. The model is user credential. The first one is username. This value we can get it from our login form. String. So the same way we can get this password also. Next we are calling this services proceed login. For getting this response, let me declare one variable. So once we got this response, we can include this token into the local storage. So actually we can keep this value into signals or NGRX. The thing is, once we refresh the screen, the data will gone. Okay, so that's what we are keeping in this local storage. So the same way we can add the username and also the user role. So username we can get it from this object itself. Okay. Once everything is done, we can simply navigate into our home page. I just format it. If there is any error in this login scenario, we can get using this error option. So in this scenario, we can show this alert message. Okay. The reason we can give us the title. Okay. So let me format this one. So if I'm providing, see, it is redirected into the home page, and we can see now we can see this token and username and also this user role. Okay, then our login functionality also success. So at the same time, if I'm providing some invalid value, test user one, I just provided the invalid password. See, it's failed to login. We got this unauthorized access also. Okay. And the next thing is we are in this home page. So here we have to load all the menus in this dynamic manner. So once we logged in, we will get to know our exact user role. So based on the user role permissions, we have to load all the respective menus. Okay, that is our next work. So first we can see this API. Get all menus by role. So the default role is user only. Okay. So this user have two menus. One is reports and another one is the customer. Okay, using this API, we can load all of our menus in this dynamic manner. Okay. So let me copy this one. The function name is load menu by role. Just to copy, and it is the get method, and we can remove this one, and it's having one parameter role, and the data type is string. just formatted. Okay, and the data we will get just a code and a name. Okay, so let me declare one more interface. So in this response point of view, okay, the AP is fine. So next we can work for the menu. So already we have created one component for having the common menus. Okay, this is the app menu component. Okay, so again in this component also this material UI model is required, and having the constructor. So in this constructor we can inject the services and also router, and then implementing one hook. Okay, NG on it, we can call our API and then declaring one variable menu list, and in this ng on it we can call the services. So for that we need an user role. User role already we have included in this local storage once we logged in, and I'm calling this services load menu by role. Okay, so whatever response we are getting from services, that we can include in our menu list. Okay, the next thing is we have to bind this value in our UI. So in this UI point of view, I'm just removed this one. So here first I'm having one div tag, and then using mat toolbar, the color theme we can use primary, and additionally adding one class and adding the application name. And then we can use this app menu in our app component. So it's having the router outlet. Okay, and what we can do, this router outlet also, I'm just moving this into our app menu. So since we are using this router outlet here, let me import this router outlet also. Okay, and in our app component side, I'm using this app menu, so that also we have to import it. See, now the error got resolved. See, we have our menu like this. Okay, this is the top menu, and let me include the side navbar also. For the navbar, I'm using the mat trier control. Okay, and including this identifier, and opened true
node side position start. Okay, so inside that I'm using mat nav list and then mat list item. So inside that we can have our static menu. The name is home. Okay, and let me include one icon also. Okay, okay, why it's not included? Okay, we have to include this list also. Okay, the exception got resolved. Okay, now this is fine. So once we added this static menu, we can include this mat dryer content. So in this mat dryer content, so here we can move our router outlet. Okay, so before that, let me include one more div. Okay, and in this top of the menu, let me include one more icon. And in the click event, okay, it's just moving. This designing point of view, let me see that. Okay, we have to include this mat button directive and also included this router link. It's defaultly navigating the home page only. And since we are using this router link, obviously we have to include the router link also here. Okay, if the static menu is fine. So the same way we can generate the dynamic menus also. Let me copy this variable and then we can use the for loop. So here only we are generating all the menus and we can keep the same icon and the text item.name and in this router link item.code. Okay, okay, it's added. So we did the code changes, but it's not reflected. So let me verify. 404. Let me verify from the service side. There is the spelling mistake. Okay, see, it's loaded fine. So the icons also, if we mapped different icons for all the menus, that also we can dynamically generate. So currently we just provided the hard code value. Okay, that's what it. So that's what the same icon is coming for all the menus. And the next thing is even if I'm clicking reports or customer, it won't work. The reason is we not generated any components and also we not mapped anything in our routing side. So what I'm going to do, let me create one new component for this customer. Then we can map in our routing side and see whether the navigation is working or not. Okay. I hope it will work. So the same way I'm generating two more components. One is for user and then forget password, and then reset password, and the final one is update password. Okay, now this is fine. So let me map all the components also in our routing side. The first one is forget password. So from this forget password, we will have an update password screen also. And the next one is reset password. Okay, so now we are good to go. So now if I'm clicking this customer, oh, it's not working. It's a customer. Let me see now. Oh, item dot code. So actually it is not the, it's not on property binding. So we have to use like this. See, it is changed. Okay, the routing also working, and we have generated the menus also in the dynamic manner. So I'm having one more credential. It's the admin credential. So now, so now it is loaded for all the admin screens. Okay. Again, if I'm refreshing, the data will be there even if I'm going to the login page. So what I'm going to do, let me clear everything. So whenever we reached in our login page, so now if I'm trying to log in with an admin, so we logged in. So after refreshing only all the menus are showing. Okay. So the reason is the initial time when the component is loaded, it's don't have the data for this user role. Okay. That's what nothing is loaded. It is empty. Once we are logged in, we are adding user role values into our local storage. At the same time, this trigger not going to execute. Okay. When I'm manually refreshing the screen, obviously this command is loaded once again. This time we have values in our user role. Obviously, we loaded all the menu list. Okay, but it is not the good practice. So handling this scenario, what we can do whenever we are logged in, automatically we have to call these services. Okay, in our login page itself, before navigating this into home page, we can call these services. Okay, at the same time, I'm declaring one more signal variable in our service side. So I would say menu list. Okay, and the data type is menu. It is the array. So the default value we can put as the empty. Okay, so this is the first step. And the next thing is, so in our login component side, we can call the same services load menu by role. I'm just passing the same user role. Okay, and the next thing is Whenever this signal value is changed, we need to fetch this menu information. So again, we can go back to our app menu. Okay. So in this constructor side, I'm going to use the effect option. Okay. So in this effect side, I'm going to assign values into our defined menu list. This time I'm getting values from our services. So now the thing is, whenever user logged in, obviously we will get the user role. Based on the user role, we can fetch the complete menu, and then we are adding into our signals. From these signals, we are getting this value from our app menu. Okay. But again, you may have the question then why we have included this much of lines. So these codes used for whenever refresh is happened. If you are doing any manual refresh in our application, this should be helpful. Okay, because whenever we are doing the refresh, the signal should be resetted. Okay, so in this case, we can use these codes. Okay, so let me save this one and can verify. Actually, we have to provide the logout option, but now we can see it's loaded immediately without refreshing. It's loaded. Okay, this is fine. The next thing is we can provide the logout option and also reset password. So let me go back to the HTML side. In the top section, we already added this application title. After that, we can include one more new button and then adding this mat button directive. Then adding one icon, arrow down, okay. And actually making this is the menu list. So we can use this mat menu option. Here my first option is user profile and the directive is mat menu item. The same way, I'm including two more lines. One we can say it is the logout, and the other one is reset password. Okay, and here we can use the router link, and in this router link, let me include this reset password. We already created the routing. For the same way, in this logout time, I'm just redirecting this into login page. Okay, so next in our login page also, the initial load time. So we are just clearing this local storage values. And also here we can clean this menu also. Menu list. So initially it should be empty. So let me run so we can see the output now. Okay. Okay, the icon is coming, but the menu is not showing. So in this case, I am just adding one identifier and provide the name as profile. And in this button, we can include this mat menu trigger for. And here we can use the same directive. Okay. See, it's fine. And also we can move this into right side. So doing this one, let me include one span tag and adding one classes. Okay. So let me define another style side. Okay, now it is moved to right side. And also we can show the logged in username also. Again, in this same app menu component side, declaring one more variable, login user. Okay, so the default value I provided empty, and just copy this one, adding this as the span tag. Okay, and we can assign value in this do check time. We can move this into bottom. So in this do check hook, we can assign the values from our local storage. Now this is fine. And the next thing is, once we logged out, we are in this login page screen, right? So in this login page and also this register page, there is no need to show this menu. We have to hide everything. For doing this one, let me declare one more variable, that is show menu. Okay, the default value should be false. And in our HTML side, let me use this if it is having the value only, we have to show. And in this else scenario, just to bind the content from our loaded component. Okay, so now it will be like this. So in this home page, it's supposed to show. For that, what we can do in our component side, already we have this ng do check. Here I'm going to create one more new function, set access. Okay, so in this function, I'm trying to access two variables. One is our user role, so that we can get it from the local storage. And the next thing is we should know the current URL. So the current URL we can get using this router. Okay. So once we have this, we can just check if the current URL is register or login, then the show menu is false. Okay. And in this else scenario, it should be true. So we can call this function in this do check. See now, it's showing. So in case if I logged out, now it is fine. So in this register page, if I'm login with this test user, see, it's loaded the limited menus, reports and this customer. Okay, the menu point of view, now we are good to go. So the next thing is we can work for this reset password. So in this reset password also the menu is not needed. So let me include this one also, our condition check. You can use always 3 triple equal to. Now this is fine. So in this reset point of view, let me show you this API. So in this user section, we have this reset password. It's expecting 3 parameters. One is our username, then old password and a new password. So as usual, first we can create our model. I mean, this Angular point of view, it is the interface. So I'm just reusing the existing file. and creating one new interface. Data type is string, and obviously we can work for this service side, and the data type is reset password. I believe this is the post method only. We can remove this response type also. And the next thing is we have to change the URL. So let me try now. Okay, this is our actual URL, and we have to pass this data. Okay, now the API side is fine. So next, in our component point of view, we have to do the design changes first, and also parallelly we can define this form. So we can just take the register screen as the sample. Okay, first we added this one. We can resolve all the issues one by one. Okay, first implementing this on into hook and importing all the items one by one. The first one is form builder, then user service, then this toaster service, a router. Okay, and in this form point of view, a reset form. The first one is username, that is fine. But in our point of view, we can have just a single validation. Okay, just importing this validators and required. And the next one is password, and the final one is new password. We can just remove the other things. And in this method also, proceed change, maybe I can give. The steps are same only. We are just checking whether this form has the valid data. Then we can create our own object. Okay, reset password. Okay, it's a old password and a new password. So then we can change in our form also. Old password. And final one is new password. Okay. So now we have this object. The next thing is we have to call our services. So the next, once we called these services, we will get the response. If it is pass, we can say like, and the text is, please log in with new password. So in this failed scenario, we can say reset password failed. So if everything is fine, we have to redirect into our login page. Okay. So these are the changes from the HTML side. I mean in this TS side. So next we can move on the HTML. So in this HTML point of view, so again I'm just copying all the codes from our register side and just added it here. Okay. So the first thing is we have to change the form because the form name also got changed. And then this function, the function name also I just changed. and this is reset password, and the fields are username, this is fine, and the second one is old password, and the third one is new password. And other fields are not needed, we can remove everything, and we can have these buttons. The first button text we can change into update, and the second one we can say cancel, so it will go to our home page itself. Okay, I believe we are good to go, and there is an error, it may happen. Okay, so in this import section, right, we have to import this material model, and we are using this reactive forms, and the next thing is we are using the router link. Okay, first of all let me log out, test user, and the current password is just a test. Okay, so if I go to this reset password, so in this username field actually we can hide this one. Okay, at the same time the value is needed, no need to get the values from this form, so instead of that we can get it from the local storage. Now this is fine, and let me provide the old password is test and the new password is test1. There is an error, so this is not implemented, and here I'm just removing this field, it's not needed, and this one also we can command it. Okay, let me try now. So the old password is test and the new password is test1. See, password changed, please log in with the new password. So now we are in the login page. So if I'm logging with a new password, if I give just a test, it won't allow. So if I'm providing the new password test1, it's logged in. So again I'm trying to change this password. So this time if I'm providing just a test, okay, actually expected value is test1, but I provided just a test. See, failed to validate the old password. That's what it is, simply blocked. So if I'm giving this correct one, see now it is got changed. Okay, I just logged in using the new password. This user profile we can implement later time. So currently we finish this reset password and also this logout. So next, let me implement the forget password option. Okay, first we can include the forget password link here. So let me go to our login component. I'm just adding one div tag. Inside that I'm adding one link. Okay, forget password, and again this one also a matte button. Color we can use primary, and adding router link and navigating this into forget password. See the response now. The link is included. Once I'm clicked, so it is redirected into our forget password page. So in this forget password page also, these menus are not needed. We can include this also in the condition state. Okay, it's got removed. So in this forget password screen, we can include only one text box. So let me go to the design. So the design, we can get it from our OTP confirmation. So both are almost the same design. The first one is title, it's forget password, and the input is the username. Okay. So here also we can use the same two-way binding. Okay. Just to proceed. That is our function name. So in this cancel, we can redirect into login page. Okay. So next in the HTML, I mean in this TS side, we can import the material model first. And since we are using two-way binding, we have to import the form model. And this function we need to define. Let me copy the TS side changes also. Then we can modify based on our requirement. Okay. I just copied all the code and included it here, and we added the router link. Then this router link also need to be imported. And instead of the OTP text, we can say username that we are using in this two-way binding, and the function just to proceed. We have this ng on it, and this register response, it's not needed. Toaster service needed. Then this router also needed. The user service. Okay. I think this ng on it also not needed. Okay. So in this proceed section, actually we have to call our API. So we can work for the API first. Okay. So our API function is forget password. Actually, this is the get method. So if I give test user one, so basically it will send an OTP. Okay. So let me copy this API URL, and we can use the same user services. So the idea is first API will send the OTP. In this next API, we have to validate our OTP. At the same time, we can give the new credentials. Okay, that's our plan. And this is the get method. So we can use the same pattern. User slash forget password. And this one is the parameter. Username. Okay. So next in our forget password screen, I'm just calling this API forget password, and here we can pass this username. So whatever response we are getting, we are adding this into our response side, and if it is fast, we can say OTP sent to the registered email. Okay, and the next set of code is not needed, and we are navigating this into update password screen. So let me verify from our app routing side. Yeah, it is the update password. Okay, initially we are in this login page. Once I am clicked forget password, So we need to enter the username. I just provided test user 2. Okay, it's saying invalid user because we don't have a user like that. So if I'm giving test user 1, see it is saying the OTP send. So we can get the OTP from our mail. At the same time we can check from our database itself. Okay, this is our OTP. So the next thing is we have to validate the OTP and also update the password. For doing this one, we have another function, I mean the API function. So it's having these all the fields we have to pass: username, OTP, and the password. Okay. Okay. Here the thing is, now we just navigated into our update password. So in this update password also we should know so exactly which username we are going to use. Okay. So again, in this case also, we can declare one signal variable, username. So the default value is empty. Okay. And next in our forget password screen, in this access scenario, we can just set the values. Okay. The same value we can get in our password update screen. I mean the password update component. So here also first let me import this material UI model and then this router link. Here I'm going to use the reactive form model only. Okay. And then implementing ng on into hook. So the username I'm defined as the ng value. So in this ng on in hook, we can get the values from our signals itself. Okay. First of all, we need to inject the services through our constructor. So anyway, let me take some common codes because the same steps only we are following. We can get the code from our reset password screen. First importing this form builder, then services, then this toaster services and router. So first we are assigning values into this current username. Okay. Okay, this is the first step. And then we are defining our form. Okay, reset form, this is fine. So here the parameters are one is the OTP text and another one is the password. The username is not needed. Anyway, we are getting from the signal itself. Okay, next in this function, we can work with the services. So let me take the service. Okay, the parameter should be like this. So first we can create one interface. You can say update password. Here all are a string only. Okay. Okay. And next in our service side, update password. And again, this should be update password. And in this URL point of view, we can say user slash update password. Okay, the AP is fine. So next we can move on the component side once again. So the object is update password, and in this username we can use the current username field, and then password we can get it from the form itself. Again, this OTP text also we can get it from the form. So next, in the service point of view, we can use this update password method. So once we got a response like this, the password changed, so other texts are fine. Okay, so now we have finished from the TS side. So the same kind of change we can apply for the HTML also. I just copied all the existing HTML content from the reset password, and I just added into our update password screen. So here again the form and function names are same only. Okay, and this username is not needed, and this instead of this old password we can say password. Okay, and one more field is for the OTP text. So in this form we have defined like this. Okay, other things are same only, I believe. The update also fine, and this is actually a forget password screen. Once we click this cancel, we have to redirect into login page. Okay, let me save now. So our decision would be like this. So now we are in this login page. So we can send the OTP once again. Test user 1. Okay, and I'm saying password test 3 and the OTP 500 184. Okay, it's saying password changed successfully. So now if I'm logging with a new credential, test user 1 test 3. Okay, it's logged in fine. So let me log out once again. So now actually I'm not logged in. Okay, so if I'm trying to go to the home page, I can go. Actually, the expected response is it should redirect into the login page once again. Okay, for doing this implementation, we can use the cards in our Angular application. So this one also a part of authentication scenario. Okay, so we can go to the new terminal, ng generate guard. So let me provide the name is hard card. So here we can use this can activate. See, the card is generated. So here you can see the default value showing as the true. So the first thing here, what I'm going to do here, I'm just checking. So if it is having the value, then it should be true. So in this else scenario, I would say return false. Also, we can redirect into login page. Okay. So in these cards, we cannot directly use the constructor. At the same time, we have to inject something. Okay. So what I'm going to do, let me use the inject option. And here we can inject the functions. So using that, okay, navigate by URL, login page. So if you want to show any alert,
So next we can use this card in our routing side. So first we can apply for this home screen. Okay. So the same thing we can apply for all the authenticated menus. So this register, login, confirm OTP, and forget password and update password, reset password. These are the open URLs. Okay. We can include this authentication, I mean this auth card for the customer and also the user. So this is the initial level changes. Okay, it's saying unauthorized access. So in case if I'm providing the credential, so now it is coming here. Okay, at the same time if I'm go to the customer, I can access. And one more thing, actually I don't have access for this user. Okay, but if I'm entering, so the user menu is coming. For that also we have to apply the restriction. So let me show you. For doing this one, we can use one of the API function. Okay, get menu permission by role. This is the API we can use. Role, I would say user, and this menu first I'm giving customer. Okay, so it's returning the values. Okay, the code it's there, and I have the view access added. It's some of the access anyway. While implementing the role-based access, it's needed this API URL. Okay, so let me implement the function. And before that, we can create one model using the same file. Menu permission. First code, it is the string, and then this name also string. So the next one is have view. This should be boolean, and then this have add. So this one also boolean. So the next one is have edit. So that also boolean. So next in our API side, get menu permission. So it's having two parameters. The first one is role and the second one is menu name. Okay, and actually this is the get method, and the response is menu permission. Next in this URL point of view, it should be like this. Menu name and then this role. Okay, now the API is ready. Next in our cards, we can inject this service also. Okay, and in this access scenario, okay, here we can call the services, get menu permission. So the first thing is we need to pass the role that already available in this local storage. So we can pass this one. And the second thing is the active menu. For getting this menu name also, let me declare one variable first. So initially I provided a CMT and then
having one check. If it is more than 0, we can assign the menu name. Okay, now the menu name also available. So let me use in this function. So in this scenario, I'm just checking like item.haveView. So if it is true, then we can just return true. So else scenario, we can return false. Okay, and defaultly I'm just returning false. Okay, and in this scenario, we can say this notification messages. This unauthorized access is fine, and we are just redirecting into the home page. The scenario is user is logged in, but they don't have the access in the specific menus. Okay, that is the plan. So now again we are in this test user only. So if I'm trying to access this user, so it's saying unauthorized access. Simply it comes to this home page. I mean, simply comes to our home page. So when I'm clicking this customer, it's supposed to work, but it's not working. Let me confirm. Okay, the initial load we are getting on error. So if it is menu code empty, that means our home page, no need to send anything. So in this case, I'm just applying one condition. Okay. For this service calling, we can use other than home page only. Okay. So then this else scenario, default, it should be true. And here also the default value always should be true. Okay. So we can verify now and clear this exception. So currently we are in this home page. So if I'm click to this customer, yeah, it's working. At the same time, if I'm providing this user, so then it's saying unauthorized access. Okay. So the next thing is we can do the basic redactions for this customer screen. So like we can have one listing screen there we can provide the add and edit delete options. So after that, so based on this user role permission, we can do the restriction. So that means we are simply doing this role-based authentication for this customer screen. Okay. So the first thing is we can populate the customer information in one of the table. For doing this one, we can use the APA customer. So this get all method. Okay. So we got a response is for not one. The reason is this API is the secured one. We have to pass the JWT token. So then only we can access. So anyway, the URL is fine. Let me copy this one. And we can create one more new services. ng generate service. Provided the name is customer. Okay, the service also ready. So again, we have this constructor. Here we can inject this HTTP client. And the first method is get all. Actually, we need to pass the token that we can do through the HTTP interceptors. And the next thing is we need to get the base URL. The pattern we can use the same pattern. Okay. And then next thing is we should know the response type. So let me create one model. So first we can see what is the exact return type. I'm just opening the Postman. Okay, in this Postman, we can open one new request and then take the same URL. Okay, customer getter method. So in Postman also, initially we will get the same error 401. So here we can pass our token and our token type is bearer. Next to the token, we can generate from our Swagger itself. Here we need to pass the credential. Test user 1 and the last updated password is test3. Okay, it should be test user. See, now it is generated the token, the same token. We can use it here. See the response, it's 200, and also we can see this object. Okay, we can have the same, the default JSON format. So in this model file, we can create one new model file. Okay, customer.model and export interface. The name is customer. So the first field is code, the data type is string. So the same way, let me apply for the other fields also. Okay, the model is ready. So next we can move on the service side. Okay, and then we have to change the URL. Okay, by passing this token, we can handle through the HTTP interceptors. Okay, so let me do that now. We can generate in the same service folder itself, provided the name is HTTP interceptor. Okay, it's generated. So here the first thing is we have to get our token. So once we logged in, we got the token so that we assigned in the local storage itself. So once we have this token, let me define one object. And here we can set the headers. Through this header, I'm going to pass this authorization. And then our token type, bearer. So finally, we have to pass the token. At the end, we have to return this JWT token. Okay, now it is fine. So actually the name I provided as the HTTP interceptors, it's actually not a good. So basically we can provide like a token interceptor, something like that. Okay, maybe we can change now. That also not a problem. Okay, this one is not needed. So don't worry. So next we have to register these HTTP interceptors. So for that we can move on the app config side.
So in this app config side, we already registered this provide HTTP client. So here we can include this HTTP interceptors also, okay? With the interceptors, actually this is the array. Here we can use this token interceptors. Okay. So next we can move on our component. So in our customer component side, as usual in this import section, we can include this material model and then router link, okay, and implementing ng on into hook, and then having the constructor. So in this constructor, I am injecting this customer services, okay, and then declaring one object, and the data type is customer array. Next, defining one function, load customer. So in this function, we can call up our services, and there is no parameters. So whatever response we are getting from our service, that we can assign into our customer list. Okay, I just formatted, and we can call this function in this ng on in hook, and we can include this value into the console. If it is returning the data, next thing is we can focus on how to bind this data into the table. Okay, okay, HTTP error response. Let me refresh once again. Okay, we are getting the same response, so the token also there. So anyway, let me log out and try once again. Okay, I cleared all the errors. So now see, we are able to get the customers by using the newly created token. Okay, so next let me focus on how to bind in this list. First, in our TS side, we can define one array, that is display columns. Okay, it's actually a string array. Here we can define the default columns, okay, that we are going to display in this listing. Status, and finally we can include one more field, that is the action. Next, declaring one more variable, that is actually a data source, and the data type is any. Okay, next, once we got the data from our services, we are assigned into our customer list object. Next, we can assign the same values into our data source, but this time we are converting these values into mat table data source. Okay, okay, so now we have the data. Next in our next in our HTML side, we can remove the existing content. So here we can include this mat card. Okay, as usual, adding this header and the content.
So in this header point of view, we can say customer listing. And additionally, we can have one button that is for creating new record, add customer, and it is the matte raised button, and the color also primary. Next, we can include this matte card content. So here we can use the matte table. Next, we can include the data source. So already we have a values, the object of data source. The same value, we can use it here. And the next thing is we can define the table header row and also the table body row. So the first one is matte header row. Okay. Here we can use the displayed columns. Okay. So the same way for the body row, we can use the directive is matte row. And in this definitions, so these are the basic syntax. So anyway, I have covered in the separate video just to follow the steps. Okay. So finally, we can define all the columns by using this ng container. And adding this table header th. So here we can use the directive matte header cell. And in this definition also, here we can provide the and we can provide the value. So the same way we can include the td also. Here the directive is matte cell, and in this definition also we can say matte cell definition. The same way we can include the other columns also. Okay. The next one is for name. And the third one is email, and then phone. The next one is credit limit, and the final one is for the action. So here actually we can include the buttons. Okay. So initially I am just keeping as the empty. The status column is needed. Actually it's missed. So after this credit limit, we can have this status. From the model point of view, I believe we have this status name. Yes, the status name was there. So the data are loaded, but it is not the full screen. So in this case, let me include two custom CSS. Okay. In our actual CSS, we have added this matte card. So first of all, I just copied this one. Next, in our customer CSS, I'm just changing this into 90%. Okay. And the same way, this matte raised button, the width we can say it's auto, and in this margin left we can say just 5%. It's more than enough. Okay, now this is fine, and we have to move this button into right side, so we can do some manual adjustment. Okay, so now this is fine, and if you need some styles, that also we can include for this header. So in this header only we can use this class. Okay, so now it is somewhat fine. Okay, so whatever data is there, we just populated it here, and for these actions we can include two buttons, just a basic button. The first one is edit, and the directives is matrixed button, and this color also primary. So the same way, and including one more button. So this is for a delete, and the color I just change it into accent. So now the design is fine. The next thing is we have to work for this add, edit, and delete functionality. So before that, we can include the role-based authentication in this screen. So basically, it's not going to take much time. So initially, I'm just declaring one variable. Okay, permission, and the data type is menu permission. And in this service point of view, I'm injecting one more service. Okay, we just injected the user service, and then writing one function set access. So in this function, and the function is get menu permission. So the first input is role. So again, that we can get it from our local storage. Maybe we can have a common functions in our service side instead of getting values from this local storage for every time. We can just use the functions. For the time being, we can follow the same thing. Okay. Add the menu name. So currently we are in this customer page, so we can just hard code this one. Okay. Just add it. And the next thing is, so in our HTML side, we defaultly provide this button. Okay. So instead of that, what we can do, if it is having have add only, have add. So then only we are showing this button. Okay. That's my plan. For the same way, for doing this edit and delete, let me bind event. So in this click event and adding the function edit, and we can pass the code as the parameter. Okay, and the same way binding one more function delete.
So let me define both the functions. Okay. So here the first check is have edit. Then only we are allowing. Okay. So in this else scenario, we have to show the warning by using this toaster alert. So let me inject that. Warning. User not having edit access. So the same way for this delete also we can say just we are checking have delete. Now this is fine and we can clear the existing errors. It's still having some issues. I'm just moving this function in this constructor itself. Okay, see now the add button is disappeared and also if I'm clicking this edit, it's showing us the warning and in this delete also showing the warning. So that means the user don't have an access. So the next thing is let me change the permission. So actually we can manage this permission from the UI itself that I will do little later. So currently let me change from the database itself. So our current role is user and the menu is customer. Okay. So let me provide this add as true and this edit also. Okay. So if I'm refreshed, see we have this add customer and if I'm clicking this edit, actually we not implemented any functionality, but it's not showing any warning. At the same time, if I'm clicking this delete, it will show the warning. Okay. Okay, in this console, it's showing some error. For resolving this one, we can add some default values. Okay, in our object, we just declared this object. So instead of that, we can have some default value. Okay. So the functionality point of view, it will work. Since we got some exception in our console, we just resolved. So the next thing is we can work for this add customer. Okay, in this button we can include the router link, customer slash add. So the same time we can create the required components. And I'm creating one more component that is for user role. I mean this user role permission mapping. So it's kind of admin screen. So next we can map all the components into the routing side. So already we have this user and then we can include this user role. Okay. And then after this customer, we can have this add customer. And the component name is add customer. Okay. So the same way we can include the route for edit.
The route is fine. So next, if I'm clicking this add customer, okay, it should redirect. Why it's not happen? Let me verify. Okay, in this import side, we have this router link. Okay, customer slash customer add. Okay. So now if I'm clicking, yeah, it's redirected into our add customer page. Okay. So here the first thing is we can focus on the TS side. As usual, importing this material model, then this reactive form model and router link, and then implementing an ng on into hook, implementing ng on in hook, and then having the constructor. So in this constructor, we can inject the builder, I mean this form builder, and then toaster, then router, and the final one is services. And the next thing is defining this form, customer form. So the first field is code. So already we have created the model. So based on that, we can define all the fields. Okay. So the next one is name, then email, and then phone number, then credit limit, and then status. For the status default value, we can say true. Okay. And then we can have a function save customer. So in this function, we are just checking whether the form have the valid value. So if it is valid only, we are proceeding. And the next thing is we have to work with our services. Once we have valid data, we need to work with services. So let me take my actual service. Okay. So we can take this create function. Okay, this is our API method. So we can move on the service side. Create customer. Create customer is the post method, and we no need to specify this return type, and the URL should be customer slash create, and it's having one parameter, that is our customer object, and we can pass this as the parameter. Okay, so the same way we can do for this update and delete. So update also should be like this. This is the put, and we have to pass the data, and the URL should be update, and also we need to pass the code. The data will be available in our data object itself, and the final one is delete, and it's having a single data, just a code only. Okay, and it is the delete method, and also our URL should be remove, customer/remove. Okay, one function is missing, that is the get by code. Okay, it will return the single object, and then our URL should be like this. And this code as the parameter. So next we can move on the TS side. So once we have this data, let me define one object. We can add all the values one by one. So the same way we can include all the values one by one. Okay. But the status name actually we are not passing as the parameters, but anyway it's part of our interface, so just we are added the default value. Okay. Next declaring one variable. Okay. And here we can call our services. Create customer, and we are passing this object, and then just subscribed, and whatever response we are getting, the same value we are just assigning into the response. So once we have this response, if result equal to pass, then this is the success scenario, and then I am showing this notification, and the header is success. Also we can navigate into our listing page. Okay, so otherwise we have to show the error message. Okay, first of all this title should be failed, and it should be error. Okay, we just completed. So the next thing is we can focus on the HTML side. First, we can remove this existing content, and the designing point of view, we can just copy from our register screen itself. Okay. So instead of typing everything, we can just reuse the existing content and then we can modify accordingly. Okay. So here the first thing is we have to assign the form name. So our form is customer form. And then this function save customer. So initially we can say add customer. Otherwise, let me have one title. Okay. The initial value should be customer. So why I am providing like this means for doing this add and update, I'm going to use the same component. So initially we are just working for this add. After that, we can reuse for the update also. So the first field is code and the form control name is code and the name, that is fine. And the third one is email and the type, it's not needed. And the fourth one is phone number. Okay, here also this phone number, both are there. And the fifth field is credit limit. And the final one is one of the checkbox field for maintaining the status. And in this form control name, status. Okay, other things are fine. The text should be saved and then cancel. So the cancel should redirect into our customer listing. Okay, see the design. So if I'm clicking cancel, it's coming here. And in this listing screen also, one thing we missed, that is the shorting and pagination. So I will do a little later. So before that, we can finish this adding also. So the recent record is 022. Okay. So we can provide 023. The some name. So defaultly it's active. Once I'm click to save. So created successfully. We can see this new record. Okay. It's coming. So that means our add functionality is working fine. So the next thing is we have to work for this edit. So before that, let me include this shorting and pagination. First, we can do this pagination. Okay. So in this listing component side, after this content, let me include the mat card footer. Okay. So in this footer side, we can have our mat paginator. So here first we can provide the page size options. So it's expecting the value in array format. We can give like 5, 10, 20. Okay.
and also we are enabling this first and last buttons. Okay, so next in this TS side, we can try to access the same mat paginator using this view child option. Okay, here we can use the mat paginator. Okay, we can and them in our actual data. See the response now. Totally we have 7 records. In this first page we are showing the 5 records. So in this next page we have 2 records. So if I'm choosing 10, so our okay. So now all the records are showing in the same page. That means our pagination is working. So the same way we can work for the shorting also. First in our TS side. Okay. Next in our HTML side. First in this table we have to include the match short. Okay. And then in this header side we can say match short header. Okay, so we can try now. Cannot use this host. Okay, okay, I made a clear mistake. It should be included for only the headers, not for the ng container. Okay, okay. We have this shorting option also. So the next thing is we can work for this edit. So in this edit button click, already we have created one function. Okay, whether we injected the router, no. Okay, just a format. So now if I'm clicking this edit, see we are just passing this parameter also. Okay, this is fine. And the next thing is we have to access this value. So based on this customer code, we have to get the individual customer information. Make sure we have to populate in this form. Okay, and this header also need to be changed into update customer. So let me go back to this component once again. So what I'm going to do here, let me declare one variable. Okay, that is edit code.
So the default value should be empty, and then declaring one more variable is edit. The default value should be false. Okay, so let me save this one. And the next thing is we can inject the activated route. Okay, so using this activated route we can get the parameter value. Okay, so whatever value is coming, that we can assigning into our edit code. So the unique value will be used in the routing side itself. So we are mapping as the code. Okay, then I'm just used it here, and then just converting this into string. Okay, so next we can check whether this edit code have the value. It should not empty, and it should not null. Okay, this is the actual condition check. So in this scenario, in this is edit also true. Okay, and then we can make this code field as the disabled one. Okay, we just disabled, and then changing this title into edit customer. Okay, just we can verify. See, the code is disabled and the text also changed. So if I'm clicking this add customer, so the code is available and also it is the edit customer. So if I'm coming from this edit, now it is disabled and this title also changed. So the next thing is we need to populate the values. So here we can just call the services get by code. So here we can pass this edit code and just and we subscribed and declaring one more set of data. So the data type should be customer. So whatever response we are getting from this API, we just send it here. Okay. So let me format this one. Also assigning these values into our form. So first we are assigning this into code. So the same way we can do for the other fields. Code name, then email. So the next one is phone number and then credit limit. And the final one is status. So the data point of view, it says active. See now, the data also loaded. So if I'm clicking this inactive one, see, if I'm clicking this here are tech keys, See, okay, the existing data is loaded. So the next thing is we have to work in this save section. So already we have binded on function, that is our save customer. Okay. So here we have to include one more condition check. Okay. If it is not is edit. So in this case, this is fine. So in this else scenario, it should be an update. Okay. So we can copy the same code, but we can do some modification. The first one is we can say this is the update customer. Okay. So if it is fast, we can say updated successfully, and navigation, this is fine, and failed. So additionally, we have to set one value in this object. Okay. That is the code. Okay. So the reason is since it is a disabled, we will get just the undefined value only. Okay. But the exact value will be available in this edit code. So we can verify now. So if I'm changed this into 2000, so it's saying updated successfully, the 2000 is updated. Okay. So we can take this Akil Raj and adding 3 dot and add a 2 4. Just Akil. So let me save this one. See, LR got updated. And let me make this Rakesh's active and credit limit also provided. See. So now our update functionality also working fine. So the final one is delete functionality. So that we can implement from our customer component itself. Okay. For this delete also we already returned the function. But here I am going to have one more condition check. We are just asking the confirmation. If it is fine only, we are going to proceed the delete. Okay. So again, we are calling this services delete customer, and we pass this ID. And we can declare one variable. So whatever response we are getting, that I just sent into our response. Okay. And the next thing is we have to show these notifications. We can just copy and reuse it. So we can say deleted successfully and no need to navigate. So instead of that, we can call this load customer. Okay. So we can try now. So it's saying you don't have an access. So first we can enable this access. Okay. So now if I'm trying to delete this one, are you sure? Once I clicked OK, So the record got removed. See, now we have just 6 records. So if I'm removing the 78, that means the name is Ravi Kumar. Are you sure? So once I clicked, so it's got removed. Okay. So now the delete functionality also working fine, and also we have implemented the complete role-based authentication. Okay. So the next thing is we can work for the admin screens. So there are two screens. One is the user and another one is the user role. So in this user role, we can populate all the existing users and we can provide two functionalities. One is for changing the user role and another one is changing the status. Okay. And in this user role screen, we can do the complete user role permission assignment. Okay. So first let me start from this users. For this user screen, we can have one table. There we can populate all the users. So the change we can start from the API side, okay? So we have a method is called getAll. As usual, first we can create one interface. The file we can use the same user, okay? And we can provide the name is just the users. So the first one is username. The data type is string, and the name, email, phone number, and is active, and then status name, and the final one is role, okay? So the model is ready. Next we can move on the services. The name, get all users, okay? It's don't have any parameters, and the return type should be users array, and then we have to modify the URL users slash GitHub. So next we can move on the component side. Here we can use this users component, okay? We can initiate the changes from our TS side. So since this is the grid loading screen, okay, so we can follow the same codes from our customer itself, and then we can modify based on our requirement, okay. First we can start from this import section. Anyway, we are using this material model, and it's not a customer list, it's user list, and our class is users, and then implementing on init hook, and in the display column point of view we can say username, name, email, phone number, and status, and additionally we can show the role, okay. So next to this response and this permission both are not needed. Next to this view child it's needed. Also this mat pagenator and then mat shot. These all the things are needed. And in this service point of view, we can use the user services. This customer services is not needed. And toaster, well, it will be needed. And routing, I'm not sure. For time being, let me remove this one, okay. And in this set access, it's not needed. And in this load customer, we can say load users. This object name also, I'm just changed it into services. And our function is get all users. Once we have a response, we are just adding this into our user list and then converting this value into Mattable data source, and our interface should be users, and instead of the customer list we can change this into user list, and other things are fine, but it don't have an edit functionality. So anyway, let me comment this one, and this delete also it's not needed. Okay, for this one I just removed it. So the next thing is we can work for the HTML side. For the HTML also I just copied the existing code completely and then replaced, we can say user listing, and it don't have any add screen. This data source is fine. So first column is username. The next one is name, then email, phone number, up to this fine. And instead of the credit limit, we can have the role. Okay. And in the status, yeah, this one is fine. And then in this action point of view, we can say update role. And in this next button, update status. See the response now. Okay, it is coming. So look like we have to include the custom CSS also. Okay, I just copied everything. So now this is fine. And the next thing is, if the role is admin, we no need to provide these actions. Okay, so let me disable this one. For doing this one, we can use this. If it is admin, no need to show anything. Otherwise, we can say if not equal to admin only, we are just showing these two buttons. Okay. And the next thing is we can work for this update role. So I would say update role. The same way, the next function is update status. And again, we can start our changes from the API side. So the first one is update role. Okay. So the inputs are username and role only. So let me create the model. So next in our service point of view, we can say like update role. And again, this one also a post method. And our URL should be user/update role. Okay. Okay, the service side we have completed. The next thing is in this UI point of view. So we can open one pop-up. So in this pop-up we can do the role update functionality. Okay. For the pop-up, let me create one more component. The name is user update. Okay, in this button click, let me open the pop-up. So in our user component, so let me inject the mat dialog.
So this one also kind of material UI control for showing the pop-up. Next I'm creating one more function. So here we need to pass our component. So our component name is user update, okay? And we can pass the additional properties. So the first property, let me provide the width is 30%. It's expecting in the string format only, okay? And the next thing is we can include this animation 1000 millisecond. So the same way we can include for the exit animation. And additionally, if we need to pass any parameter, we can pass by using this data, okay? So in our case, we can pass two parameters. One is the username, that is the key value that we can get as the parameter. And the second parameter is type. So type means currently we are doing this role update. For doing the status update also, I am going to use the same pop-up. So we can have one more parameter. We have to call this function here, okay? So here the code is nothing but our username. And the second thing is a type. So I just pass the value as a role, okay? At the same time, for the status update, we can say status. Now let me click this button. See? Okay, the pop-up is opened. So the next thing is we have to work with this pop-up. So in this pop-up component, so again here also we can import this material model and then reactive form model and implementing on it hook and also having the constructor. First we can inject the form builder and then toaster. And the very important thing is whatever value we have passed while opening this pop-up, the same value we have to get it here, okay? For getting this data, we can use the mat dialog data option, okay? So let me format this one and then declaring one variable, the dialog data any, okay? And then in this ng on in hook, we can assign the values. So the next thing is we can define our form. So we can provide the name is user form, okay? So the first field is username. Okay, the initial value should be empty and then adding this disabled as true. Yes, this is the read only field only. And then user role. And the final one is status. The default value should be true. And the next thing is once we have this dialog data, I'm just checking if it is not equal to empty. then we can get the individual user information. Okay, so let me declare one more variable. So here we can call our services. Okay, the service is not injected. So the function name is get user by code. I don't think I have defined. So let me check in the service side. Get user by code. So it will return the single object and it's having one parameter. So the URL we can get it from here, the get by code, and we pass the code also. Okay, so now we are good to go. At the same time, I have to write one more function. Okay, that is for the role. Get all roles. For these roles also, first we can create a model class. So next in this service side, get all roles. So it will return the array of data and there is no parameters. And our URL should be like this. Okay, I just saved everything. So next in our component side, get user by code, and here we can pass this username. So whatever response we are getting, that we can assign into our user data. So once we got this response, we can assign into our form. This dot user form, and the second one is role, and the final one is status. Sective. So the TS side, the changes are done. The next thing is we can move on the HTML side. For the design perspective, we can get it from the existing screen. Okay. First time, defaultly I'm just to provide it. Change role. Okay. And our form name is user form. And the function proceed change. Here as usual, first we can check whether the form has the valid data. And the controls, the first one is username. And the second one is user role. It should be role. And very important thing is actually this is the select control. Okay. Match select. So in this match select, we can use this form control name. So the next thing is mat option that we can generate dynamically based on the API data. Okay. and we can have a function load roles. Here we can call our services. So now we have values in this role list. Here we can use the for loop. Here just generating this mat option, okay? Item.name, and the same way for the value, it should be code. And finally, we can have one checkbox, okay? And the form control name is status. See the screen now? Okay, it's loaded, but the edit data is not loaded. That we can verify. And this size we can have in the full screen, okay? Style we can take it from here. Okay, so the style is coming with a full screen. So next let me verify why the data is not loaded. Okay, so the retrieved values all are empty. Maybe this could be a reason. Yeah, it's coming as the undefined. From our user component, we are just passing this data, and in this function point of view, it should be username. So next, I believe it will work. Okay, see, end user and staff. For this cancel button, we have to implement. Okay, so let me close this one. And if I'm choosing this test user one, see the role is user and active. This is the status. So as per our current logic, we are doing this update role and update status. We are doing as the separate way. Okay, so that means, so if I'm clicking this update role, the user can change only this role only. This active we can make as the disabled mode, or else we can hide this one. Okay. First, we can include one function in this cancel for closing this pop-up that we have to do in our user update component itself. So currently it's having the router link. It's actually not needed. Okay. And just write it one click event. Close pop-up. So in this constructor side, We can inject the mat dialog ref. So here we can use our component, and in this variable point of view, I'm declaring one more variable. So the default value should be empty. And once we have this dialog data, okay. So in our HTML side, so if the type is role, we are just showing this content. So in this else scenario, we can show this checkbox. So, so it's showing the role. If you are clicking the status, it's showing like this. So the next thing is we have to work this update functionality. So already I just written on function, okay. So next, here we can check if the type is role, we can call our services. So before that, let me make one object, okay. So we already created one class, so let me verify. Update role. So the interface is update user. So it's having username and role only. Okay, I think we have to include one more item, but we'll do later. So currently it's fine. We can say update user. So this username point of view, we can get it from the dialog data itself. Or the next value role, we can get it from the form itself. String update role. And here we can have one more declaration. So let me copy this one. So we just copied and I'm adding it here. So if it is pass, then we can say role updated. And in this success scenario, we have to close this pop-up, okay. And in this failed scenario, okay, this much is enough. First, let me verify whether it is working or not. We have one more change in this user side, okay. So once the pop-up is closed, we need to reload our grid, okay. Load users. So we can take our test user. Currently it's in the status of user. I mean the role is user. I'm just to change it into staff. So once I clicked, I'm getting some error. Okay, I believe it is updated, but this result is showing an error. So let me refresh this one. Okay, it is coming as the staff. It's updated. I'm not sure what's the response actually we are getting. We not assigned the response into this object. We can do once again. Now it is in the staff. I am just changing this into user. Okay, role update, updated successfully. So if I'm changing the next one, change it successfully. So the same way, we can work for this status update also. It's actually not going to take much time because we can reuse some of the areas. Okay. So in our interface, we can do one small change. Actually, we are adding one more property. Okay, and just add it here. So anyway, it's this one also a part of user related item. So let me move this into this user area. Okay. So next in our service side, okay, this one need to be removed. Update user. Okay. And writing one more function, status. So the API URL should be update status. Update status. Next in our component side, we can remove this one. So here we can include this status also. The status value also, we can get it from the form itself. So let me copy the code. And in this else scenario, we are using this update status and other things are same. Status. So currently our user in this active mode. Now it is inactive user. So now I'm trying to change this into active. Okay, it's changed. So now we have completed this update role and also this update status. So the next thing is we can move on this user roles. Okay. For this user roles also we have created the component. First in this TS side as usual, we can import this material model and this reactive form model. Okay. And implementing on init hook. Also creating the constructor. So in this constructor we can inject the form builder and then toaster and the final one is services. So in this user role screen, first we have to load all the available roles and also all the menus, and then we have to map the permissions against the user role. Okay. So first we can load all the menus. For that, let me declare one variables. Okay. And the function is load roles. Get all roles. So the same way we have to load all the menus. We have a function, I mean the API, get all menus, okay? Same code, name, status only, the fields. So in this model side, already we have these roles. So the same kind of fields only we are having for the menus, okay? Next in the service side, get all the menus. And the URL should be user role slash get all menus. So next in our component side, I'm just created one more function and also declaring one more variable, menu list, and the model is menus. Load menus, okay? Get to all the menus, menu list. We can call this function also. So next in the HTML side, we can remove the existing one. As usual, we can have this mat card and then mat card header and then mat card content. So in the header point of view, we can have one h1 tag, user role assignment. Okay, in this mat card content, we can have the user role option, okay? Select user role. And then we have a select control, okay? The select control we recently used. I just copied, okay? I believe we declare the same role list only, okay? And this form control name that we can include little later. Currently, let me see the design. Okay, all are loaded. So the next thing is we can work for the menu. So inside the mat card, we can have one more mat card, okay? This one actually I'm including for the designing purpose only. And then let me include one table. So here we can have the fields have menu. So the fields are menu name and then the access, okay? Have view and then have add, have edit and have delete, okay? So the designing point of view,
Okay, in this table, I am going to load all the menus, and also for these options like a have, view, add, edit, delete, we can generate the controls in the dynamic manner. Okay. For that, what I'm going to do, let me use the form array concept in this reactive forms. Okay, in this import section, we already imported this reactive form model. So the next thing is, let me define our form, role form. Okay. So the first field is user role, and this field is required. Then the second field is our form array. I just provided the name is access. So the default value we can have as the empty array. Okay. So let me format this one. And the next thing is we can have one function for generating the rows. Generate menu row. Okay. So initially I'm not added any parameters. So basically it will return the form group. Here we can include all the fields. So before adding these fields, let me show the API. So it should be like this. So our input should be like this. It's a kind of array. We have to pass the objects. This user role and then menu code and then permissions like a have, view, add, edit, delete. So in our row creation, we should have this menu, then have, view, add, edit and delete. Okay. So let me assign all the items one by one. Code. This code is nothing but our menu code. So the default value I have provided as empty. And the second thing is have view. So the default value, let me provide just a true. Okay. Actually, we can modify. The same way I have to include other controls also. Have add, then have edit, and the final one is have delete. So the next thing is, so once we have these menus, let me check like if the menu list length is more than 0, we can generate the loop. Data type should be, so actually in this place we have to implement some logic. So before that, let me create one more function. Okay. Add a new row. It's expecting one parameter. The data type is menu. Okay. And then we can declare one variable, access array. Okay. And the data type is form array. Okay. So next in this function, access array, we can push like generate row. Okay, and here we can pass this input menus, and this add a new row function, we can call it here. So let me format this one. So since we have this menu code, we can just include it here. The code. Okay. Okay, this is fine. So the next thing is we can have one get function, and we can return. We are just returning this success. That is nothing but the form array. Okay. So using this get rows, we can bind our controls in this HTML side. Okay, already we have this table header. Then I just included this table body. So let me include one table row. And then we can include the ng for. We can get to all the controls. Okay. And then we can take the index and we can use this index as the form group name. Okay, I just saved everything. And next in this TD, we are just binding the value only. Okay, so in this case we can use like this. Okay, for other, the next TD, we can have the checkbox. So next in this form control name, we can say have view. But here it's not needed. Okay, anyway we have included in this header itself. So the same way, let me include three more 3D. Okay, add. Okay, okay, it's showing some error. We can verify. So ng4 is not the noun. Okay, we can import the common model. Since we are using this ng4, we have to use this common model. Okay. Okay, the next error is this push is not working. So let me verify that. Okay, we just declared one form array and then we are just pushing. Okay, but it don't have any connection with our actual form. So that let me include. So before calling these services, okay, we can say this access array equal to
as form array, and whatever value is already there, I'm just clearing. Okay, and then only we are adding the new rows. We can check now. Okay, now it is loaded, uh, but the other menus, form group name must be used within the parent form directive. Okay, that's fine. So before using this smart card, let me use one form. Okay, okay. So let me cut and move everything down, and then choosing this form name, we can say this form. This is our main form group, and also in this submit event, save roles. And then in this select control, we can have the form control name. Okay, so the form control name, user role. So next in our table side, form array name. Okay, the form array name is access. Check now. Okay, now there is no error. And see our screen also there. The default value I have provided all are true. That's what we are seeing this color. So basically our idea is whenever we are changing this user role, so based on the access permission, this checkbox value will be changed. And if there is any changes needed, like a permission add or removal needed, we can just do the tick and untick, and then we have to save the things. Okay. So first we can finish the design side. Anyway, we have to include one control also. I mean this button control also. I'm just having this mat card actions, and here we have to include the button. Maybe we can have as the full length, but just keeping this one. Okay. Okay. The next thing is we can work for this selection change. So in this select control, we can write the on change event. The event name is selection change. So I'm just binding on event role change, and here we can pass the event. Okay, so let me define this function. Any selected role equal to event.value. From this event, we can call our load menu function, and this time we can pass this role as the parameter. And let me include string. From the initial load, so let me provide the empty roles only, okay. So the next thing is using this role, we can get the current access permission, okay. So let me take these roles. First I'm just checking user role not equal to empty, okay. So in this scenario, we can call our API. We are declaring one more variable. Okay, it should be menu permission. So here we can call the services. So get menu permission, okay. So it's expecting two parameters. The first one is user role, and the next one is menu, okay. The menu we will get as the code here. So whatever response is coming, that we can assign to this variable user access, okay. So let me format this one, and once we have this data, we can call this add new, okay, and I'm passing this user access also a parameter. Next, let me modify this one. Menu permission. So in this initial load also we need to load the data. So even if you not selected the role also, we have to load the menu. So for that, we can use the same one, but instead of this data, I'm just having some empty values, okay. Added some dummy values. So let me format this one. And then in our add new row function, so we are calling this generate menu row. So in this generate menu row, we can pass this data, okay. And let me include that as the parameter here. And instead of adding this default value, we can just say have view and then have add. The next one is have edit, and the final one is have delete, okay. So now the initial load nothing is selected. Once I choose the staff have this much access only, and admin have the full access, and the user having this reports and the customers. So from the database itself we just changed this access for the customer. We have enabled this add, edit and delete. That's what it's showing like this. So maybe if I'm removing from database, it will reflect in our UI, okay. So once I refreshed, again if I'm choosing this user, see, it's just to have the view access, okay. So now we have done the existing access. So the next thing is we have to work for this save functionality, okay. So let me go back to this TS side. Okay, for this save we can start the changes from the service side. So already I shown this is our API. We can just click with the dummy data. So we will get our response should be like this. Okay, first so based on these parameters, we can create our own model. Already we have created this menu permission, but in this model some fields have the changes. Okay, so what we can do, let me check. Okay, it's don't have this user role, and instead of the code we can use just the menu code. But anyway, let me use string. Okay, and already we have the code for some functionalities we are already using, so I'm not removing and adding the new fields. That's it. Okay, so the same menu permission we can use. So next, in this service side, assign role permission. So the data type should be menu permission. It should be in the array format. And again, this one also a kind of post method. We are passing this data. And the very important thing is the URL. URL should be in this format. Okay. So now the service also ready. And the final change from our, since we added some fields, we can have both are the empty values. Okay. So in this user role also, we are getting some error. Okay. So next in our save roles, as usual, first we are checking this role form has the valid data. So if it is valid, then we can declare one variable for getting the form array value. So this array don't have the value for the user role, so that we have to include it manually. So what I'm going to do, let me have one for loop. So here the user role is nothing but the selected one. Okay. Okay, instead of making this much of loop, simply what we can do, and get this role also a parameter. Okay. Role. So here obviously we will get the role, and in this function we can have this role as the empty value. Okay. So since we have this role information, this loop is not needed. So here we can just call our API. Okay, here this menu code as the parameter. So I'm doing one more change. So in these forms we can have this as the menu code. Okay. So the same change I just applied here also. Okay, so now this is fine. So here we can call this send permission, and this form array we can pass as the parameter, and as usual we can have this response declaration, and the data type should be any. Just to scroll down. Okay, so whatever response is coming, we are just sending this variable, and finally we can say like saved, permission assigned successfully. Okay, so once the save is completed, actually there is no more action. Okay, so we can verify now. I just refreshed. So if I'm just choosing this user, I'm additionally adding this have add only. Okay, it's saying saved successfully. So even if I'm refreshed and choosing the same user, okay, it's there. That means the functionality point of it's working fine. And let me include one new menu. Okay, so then only we can verify this functionality clearly. So currently we are in this admin login. So the same time frame coming with an test user one. So we have just this we have just two menus. One is the report and another one is the customer. This home is the default one. Okay. So even if I'm trying to access this user role, it's saying unauthorized access, simply redirected into our home page. So now from this database, let me include one new menu, invoice. Okay. So next we can log in with an admin user. So admin have all the menus, but still, so in this admin menu also, the newly created menu is not showing. But we can see in this user role assignment side, this invoice was there. So if I'm choosing admin, none of the item is selected. Okay. So I just refreshed. I mean just assigned and then saved. So if I am just refreshing, see we can see this invoice also included. So again for this user role, so even our test user one also belongs to this user. For this user also I'm just assigned those permissions. Okay. And edit we can give, and so edit I am not provided the access, but at the same time for the delete I have provided for this customer. So now let me save this one. So now if I'm login with our test user one, test user, see now the invoice menu also showing. So in this customer page we have this add, and if I'm clicking this edit, it's saying you don't have access. At the same time if I'm clicking this delete, it's allowing to do the delete. Okay, because we have provided the access. So now we have completed all the topics. So finally we can do one more round of demo. First let me log out this one. Okay, so this is our initial screen. So if I'm coming as the new user, So first thing is I have to register. Okay, so the username I'm just providing ntech. I provided the password is ntech. Confirm password. Additionally added one more character. So let me click save. So now we have to enter the OTP. So let me take this OTP from our table itself. So we can see this ntech and our OTP. Once I given, okay, the registration is completed. We can log in with a new credentials. So our credential is ntech. Okay, I'm able to log in and current role is the user. So that's what I am able to see these three menus. Okay, and using this reset password, let me change the password. The old password is ntech. Okay, so additionally providing one. Okay, the password also changed. And finally we can do this forget password. So once I entered this username, it's sending one OTP. So the new password I am just provided test and OTP. Okay, the password is changed. We can log in with our new password. Here we can see the available menus. From this customer page, we can see all the records since we have a view access. By clicking this add, let me create one new record. Okay, so we can see the newly created customer here 901. So if I'm trying to edit, actually I don't have an access. So let me change the permission from the database itself for this customer. So I don't have a edit access, but at the same time I'm having the delete access. So before that, let me log in with an admin credential. So in this admin screen, we can see the newly created user ntech. I'm just changing this role into admin. Okay. So once it is changed, this action also got removed. Now let me try to log in with the same credential ntech test. So if I'm coming to the customer screen, I can do this edit also. We can see the newly created customer. I just changed the name and completing this phone number also and limit also 2000. I just did some changes. Okay. So once I'm saved, I can see the same information from our grid. Okay. So finally I'm doing this delete also. Okay, now we did the complete credentials and also with the proper role-based access. Okay, and finally, so in this user role, we can change the permissions. For the staff, I just provided the full access for this customer and invoice. Okay. Okay, now we have completed our final demo. So now we are in the end of the video. Still, if you have any doubts or clarifications, please post in the comment box and also please don't forget to subscribe my channel. And in this complete video, I have used the .NET Core Web API. So the whatever API I have used, that same code and the script and the video. So I will include everything in this video description. So if you have your own API, you can use that. Otherwise, just to follow the video and create the API. So after completing your API, if you are starting this Angular work, it's more efficient. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for watching.